Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi and Suprabhatam. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham.
Intensely sit as Swamiji. You are not
Nithyananda
different from him.
Paramashivoham.
Understand? If Paramashiva himself,
Nithyananda
if the ultimate himself
Paramashivoham.
has taken a human form, a human body as Swamiji, just to tell you that you are
Nithyananda
Paramashiva. Swamiji has incarnated only just to
Paramashivoham.
make each one of us realize that we are Swamiji. Paramashiva himself has taken a human form to remind me that I am Paramashiva. How can I not be Paramashiva? Who must I be if the ultimate himself has come in a human form to tell me that I am Paramashiva? Just when you remember that, remember how blessed you are. That is your true nature. There can be nothing in this world that is not under your control, that is beyond your control. The same way as you can now, as Paramashiva, the whole world will just listen to you with that cognition. Shanta Mahavakya, and the temperature of the water will change.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Really relax.
Nithyananda
You can now re-measure the temperature of the water that you have in front of you. Go back and check if you kept 2 cups of water. I know Sri Lakshmi had kept 2 cups. Check the other cup. See the difference between the two. You can just feel it with your finger. How you have changed the temperature of the water. Take another measurement. Always take 2 to 3 measurements so that there is no doubt or confusion in the whole manifestation. Let's take a few seconds, verify our manifestation. Post in the chat if you change the temperature. If the temperature change happened for you, immediately share. Can verify your manifestation. Throughout the day today, we're going to be experiencing so many beautiful sessions, so many beautiful power manifestations. When you hold the cognition, see, it's the powerful cognition shift which makes power manifestation happen. Very clearly, Swamiji has given us the signs. When you have a shift in your brain, when you have that powerful cognition clicking with you, see, throughout the day, when you're listening to a certain session, so we have after every session the internalization process, and then we have the power manifestation. Now, when you're doing the internalization, whatever clicks with you, that minute you feel, yes, this is so true. Then when you sit for the power manifestation, let that psychological revolution, as Swamiji calls it, that has happened in you, become permanent in your brain. That is the initiation we have from Swamiji. So throughout the day, we first get our techniques. Then we have the psychological revolution. And then we get the initiation from Swamiji where it becomes permanent within us. So the whole day when you're doing work towards that psychological revolution, constantly having the powerful cognitions clicking with you. Yes, 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 I'm able to see this in my life. It's exactly like that. there, catch those points in your life and the manifestation will just flow. Now, in this next session, we're going to have a very beautiful understanding of why do we sometimes suffer in life without any reason. That is what Swamiji says is soft suffering, which you have gotten as a boon from Paramashiva so that you don't forget your life's purpose. Let's now hear about soft suffering is a boon from Swamiji himself.
Listen intensely. Listen intensely. Life is neither suffering nor joy. Life is neither pain nor pleasure. Life has to be triggered inside you from the great cosmic truths of the parallel universe. That's all. The moment you feel the suffocation, liberation starts in you.
Okay.
It is like a gold touching the mercury. The moment gold and mercury comes in contact, gold starts melting.
Okay.
Same way, the moment you feel the suffocation, it starts melting.
Okay.
And sometime we ourselves ask Sadashiva this as a boon. I may not be able to handle myself pushing me towards liberation. You better appear in the form of suffocation to me and go on pushing me towards liberation. Why Tirunavukkarasar got the stomach pain? He actually asked Sadashiva, till you fill my heart, let my stomach torture me. So that is the way he got that disease. He feels in the world I may forget the whole purpose. So better you be available in the form of this suffocation. So till I become completely enlightened, you be driving me from the stomach.
Oh my God.
Sometimes even we ourselves make this happen.
Oh. And we will not be aware of this at all.
I tell you, there is something called soft sufferings. Soft suffering means actually without any problem you will be suffering. Those soft sufferings are usually boons. You take it and come down.
Okay.
For example, actually somebody is handicapped. Actually somebody is in the poverty. Actually somebody is like a mad or that and all is actual karma. But there is something called soft suffering. Actually there is no reason, but you will be going on suffering. It's called soft suffering, which is boon. It's like a for alarm clock, you give the key, and this is the key you give.
Okay.
So you yourself decide, I have to become enlightened within this birth. Okay. So my acceleration speed is not enough.
Okay.
Devi, please accelerate me.
Oh.
Whatever it may take, I am ready for that. Whenever you give that kind of a commitment, she gives soft suffering.
Okay.
She will never give you hard suffering. Hard suffering comes by karma.
Okay.
Soft suffering comes by boon.
Oh.
All soft suffering is come only as a boon. If I have the body which gets tired, then I know the signs to get out of tiredness. Understand? What do you mean by saying your body gets tired? Then you know there is a space where you are not tired. When you know there is a space where you are not tired, you know now there is a space where you are not tired and where you are tired. Now, it's only a simple science we need to manifest, where we are not tired. You may just have to find out the basic secrets. What keeps me not tired? Physically, simple things, pitta. I tell you, almost 99% of your tiredness, boredom, depression, all are physical problems, not mental. Actually, if you are depressed, the best way to get out of depression is tell 2-3 people to torture you. No, really. When you have a real problem, you will not create this soft suffering. You just need a strong 2-3 people to torture you. Then the whole problem is solved. Because there is no suffering from outside, you just go on torture yourself. Soft suffering is luxurious suffering. It is like the fellows who don't do hard work. The fellows who don't walk to go and buy vegetables in their real life try to run on the cycle which does not move from one place. Soft suffering is the luxurious replacement of the real suffering. When you do not have the real one and you want to have that pavam feeling, enjoying pavam feeling is pavi. Who is papi? Who enjoys the pavam feeling, who cherishes the victimhood, is sinner. I'll tell you one small incident. One guy came to my guru, Isaki Swamigal, who talks very less usually. I still remember this incident. He came to Isaki Swamigal for stomach pain, some constipation or some stomach pain. And he was complaining because of that stomach pain. All his joy is lost. He used to be all the time joyful, smiling. Because of the stomach pain, everything is lost. Isaki Swami just gave a little vibhuti and asked him, apply it on your stomach and sleep. Come back after 24 hours. That guy was filled with doubt and frustration, saying, oh, I am suffering with this stomach pain for last 80 years and you are giving me little vibhuti and asking me to apply it on the stomach, not even giving something for me to take inside as the medicine. In Indian villages, I have seen, only if you do big treatment, you are a big doctor. You have to make that fellow lie down, put many injection, and if possible even IV. If you do big, then you become a big doctor. Isaki Swamigal is a Hindu doctor, Hindu Vaidya. He knows all the methodology, even modern medicine. He used to even give injections if needed. He has made himself as a self-taught. Even in modern medicine, of course, the traditional Vaidya Shastra he learnt from his Guru Parampara, very traditional way. Anyhow, he gave this vibhuti. That guy was ranting, but Isaki Swami did not answer, he just kept quiet. That fellow went and tried applying on the stomach and sleeping as usual, as it is supposed to happen. He became alright, completely alright. Not only the stomach pain disappeared, the bleeding he used to have stopped. He ran and came back. He said, I'm completely alright. But still there is no joy in his face.
Bhagavan asked, Sekhi Swami asked, Ippa sandosham dana? Now you are happy, na? He said, no, happiness has to come from inside, na? Only if it comes from inside, I can be happy. He smiled and said, being sad, you built it with a lot of effort, convincing you with false ideas, logic. But to be happy, you expect it should come from automatically within. It's like you dump 1 ton shit on a diamond and you expect the diamond should shine beyond the shit you dumped. You consciously dumped sadness on you, multiple times convincing you. See, as a baby, we are all bubbly, excited, joyful, natural existence. The existential reality was joy and excitement, jumping, dancing. You convinced yourself with millions of ideas, millions of times to become sad. And after you are successful in making you sad, you expect joy should come automatically. Hey, jump like a baby, laugh, roll. That is your natural existence. That is your natural way. See Papa's Kandamata and do. That is your natural way of existence. Your sadness is artificial. But your mind is so cunning, it makes you believe your happiness should be natural. Your happiness is natural, but you dumped so much sadness on you, you made your sadness like natural. That natural, you have to break it and reclaim your joy as natural. So understand first your joy, jumping, excited, inspired state is your nature. You made it disappear from your life and you made sadness natural. So now it is your responsibility to reclaim your original nature and jump. That's what they call it. They say in English, there is a proverb, fake it till you make it. You don't even need to fake it. It is your original status. Jump, dance, it's your original status. Be blissful, it's your original status. You just need to reclaim. Actually, in reality, delusion itself is because of your non-involvement, inactivity, withdrawal. When an elephant sleeps, even a wolf and fox will try to bite his leg. Listen. When an elephant sleeps, wolf and fox will try to bite his leg. When a lion is fast asleep, even wolves and foxes will try to eat the meat. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. Because the lion is sleeping, wolves and foxes get the courage to come near the lion, try to eat the leftover meat. Because the elephant is sleeping, wolves and foxes will try to come and bite the feet of the elephant, try to take a bite. Because you are not involved with yourself, even your delusion is invited upon you. Listen. Why you have nightmare? Because you fell into the lower conscious identity. Your decision to fall into the lower conscious identity naturally invites nightmare in you. Your decision to wake up to the higher identity not only will throw away the nightmare, it can throw away all delusions and illusions. You get multiple types of emotions, almost all emotions every day. Sometimes lust, sometimes greed, sometimes fear, sometimes the multiple versions of fear, sometimes worry, sometimes love, sometimes attention giving, sometimes attention asking, sometimes jealousy, sometimes comparison. Various emotions, sometimes the willpower, sometimes arrogance, sometimes frustration, different emotions I can describe. All kinds of emotions you get. But logically, through your conscious decision, the thought currents or emotions which you cherish stays inside you and starts getting fermented. The good news is, no emotion gets fermented inside you. No fermentation of emotions happens inside you without your conscious support. You should understand that. Due to the unconscious lifestyle, you collect many addictive patterns and empower them with your parasites. And those parasites nicely getting empowered, sitting inside you, literally not just rule your life, ruin your life. Haritaki is the most beautiful way to get rid of. multiple parasites sitting in your muscle memory. I can give you lots of examples. If you are married, you know backseat driving. How your spouse sits in the back seat and drives you. Same way, the parasites sit inside your stomach and drives you. It drives you crazy. I don't need to tell that. You know it. You are not negligible part of the existence. When you consider you are a negligible part of the existence, or you are an accident, or you are cursed, these are the multiple identities you try to associate due to the frustration and low self-identity. You give life to that identity. Because you give life to it, that becomes reality. Listen. The good news I have is, unconsciously, if you cherish even 10,000 years, you are a cursed being. Consciously, if you declare even once, you are a blessed being. The conscious declaration overpowers 10,000 unconscious cherished thought current, because even if 10,000 years a room is in darkness, one matchstick is enough to light it in 1 second. Listen. All powerlessness, all fear related thought currents, and all low self inner image you are cherishing, which puts you in powerless, is not clutched to consciousness. You need to understand that. They are all there indirectly receiving or sucking the energy from consciousness, but they are not supported by consciousness. That is why the asuras, how much ever powers they may get, finally they do not exist.
of suffering. Swamiji beautifully said that how it is many times it is the suffering that pushes us. It is the fire when it melts the it is the fire which when melts the mercury that becomes gold, right? Like that every time whenever the suffering, the so-called suffering that life presents to us, if you just see the way it happens, it just beautifully shifts your whole space. Many times, the so called soft suffering, the suffering in life, we think, oh my God, why am I suffering? Why am I going through this? But that leads you to another breakthrough. Like Swamiji beautifully said, life is neither suffering nor joy. Life is neither pain nor pleasure. Swamiji tells beautifully. When Swamiji was hardly able to walk along with Swamiji's mother, Swamiji's guru, Mataji Vibhudananda Puri, Swamiji says in his own words, I did the fire walking in the Draupadi Amman temple in Tiruvannamalai. And by the time I was 7 or 8, I have done this spear piercing in my tongue. Swamiji says in Swamiji's aunt's village, in it's called Kavanur. Swamiji says, my family was the head of the village called Chamundi. And my father's sister was married to a family who were the head of the village called Kovanur. And that village temple, there is a Shiva temple and Subramanya temple. In that temple, there's a festival. Still, I remember I was taken to the festival and where I did the tongue piercing and even the body piercing. It's a family tradition, the indigenous lifestyle. All this has so much of benefits to make the child immune to physical and mental pains. It was a very powerful way of training. Everyone has his or her own set of worries. Swamiji says many times one person's pain is another person's dream. One person's dream is another person's pain. Swamiji says beautifully that the Vedanta explains this with the analogy of a stone and a mud. A mud is very hard when compared to cotton, but it is very soft when compared to a stone. This is to show that a thing may be bad as compared with better things, but is good when compared with inferior things, and vice versa. Take 10 minutes. Internalize this one truth. You are ultimate. Even you think you are manifesting the bondage, you are manifesting suffering, you are manifesting all the unnecessary things. See, suffering is like an alarm clock. You give the key, and this is the key you give. You yourself decide, I have to become enlightened within this birth. So my acceleration speed is not enough. Devi, please accelerate me. And we get that acceleration. That soft suffering is nothing but the acceleration done to you, which makes you find a breakthrough. Actually, how many of you have had this occasions in your life where many times you will think you're really struggling, and then finally you'll decide enough is enough. I can't handle this anymore. Let me take it to the next level. And suddenly you will see that there's a beautiful breakthrough which would have normally not come to you otherwise. How many of you have had such incidents? How many of you have experienced this in your life? Understand, many times the suffering, the so called suffering, like for example, it would have been easy if everything was so perfect, it would have all been flowing well. You would have never looked at life. You would have never looked to see the ultimate. You would have never looked up to go further. But because there was a suffering, w- because there was a problem, you were forced to look up. You were forced to travel forward. Look into the four aspects of your life: career, relationships, health, and wealth. See where all you have created this kind of suffering, like soft suffering, and where all you have seen this decision of yours and reflecting those suffering in your life. Take a few minutes and pen down in each of these aspects.
many of us understood this? If you all have any questions, feel free to ask. And we also have a beautiful book, Pearls of Wisdom, directly gifted by Swamiji for this session. If any of you have any questions, you all can ask. You can just post it here in the chat and you can ask your questions. Whatever questions or doubts that you have, if you are the male team, like whoever is there in the male bodies room, you all can post your questions in the Facebook group. Ma Poonam Yadav has posted, when I had sufferings in my life, at that time I came closer to God, surrendered to God, and that time I got miraculous results. Manita Malhotra has posted, because of suffering, I turned to the path of spirituality to know myself. Who am I? So beautiful. Ma Geeta Devi has posted, Ma, does our eating habits affect our power manifestation? Well, because see, what you are putting inside of you, inside of your body, it does affect you. Like, for example, let's say that you just had a heavy meal, and especially you're having something with a simple thing. You had nice onion uttapam, the thick onion dosa in restaurant, nicely had it, and then you came and you had it in the night uh, and enjoyed your meal and slept. Next day morning, you are waking up to do the power manifestation. You'd actually be struggling, not because that the onion uttapam is going to have something to do with your power manifesting ability, but it just affects your physiology in establishing it in oneness. For example, when you are having this onion uttapam and you're having it in the night, and next day morning, you'll be faced with early morning depression, which will stop you from connecting in the space of oneness. It will stop you from having that ability to unclutch. So it's not just, it does not affect your power manifesting ability, means it does not affect your quality of power manifestation. No, but it does affect the the ability of you to be established in the space of oneness, which is the fundamental base required for the power manifestation itself. If you have built a yogic body, there are some really powerful yogis who can even digest stone. If you're like that, nothing is going to happen. That's why Swamiji is insisting on detoxing your body, insisting on eating haritaki, drinking neem juice every morning. So all these things help you to manifest powers. Devikarani has posted. Actually, because of problems, only I started seeking. So many of us, like how Swamiji mentioned, the soft suffering is a boon. It pushes you more and more towards manifesting Paramashiva within you. Okay, now it's time. Let's all enter into power manifestation. We're going to be manifesting the next round of powers. Did you all enjoy the last power manifestation round? Great. Now we have Ma Shamba who will be taking us to the next round of power manifestation.
Now, in that understanding of how, see, even the smallest sufferings, when you start feeling that, oh, I'm not manifesting powers, and you start suffering about that, even that is actually the fact that you're not manifesting powers is somehow aligning you towards manifesting powers more. Because Swamiji has given us a very beautiful science. He says the solution for not manifesting powers is to do more power manifestation. Remember that, and whenever you feel like, oh, powers are not manifesting for me, all this is not working out for me, do more of it. Go deeper into it, and Swamiji will definitely open it up to you. So, are we ready for this next round of power manifestation? Let's sit straight. We'll continue the power of changing the temperature. You can even keep solids. See, if you have like some a box or anything that you would like to change the temperature of, measure the temperature in the beginning. Take a beginning measurement, a start measurement of any object. Do it 2 to 3 times. Take 2 to 3 measurements so that you can actually get the perfect average. And once you have taken the temperature, if you're changing the temperature of water, like I said, if you do not have a thermometer, you can keep 2 cups of water, one which you'll be manifesting with and one more which you'll keep as a control. So you keep 2 of the cups, keep one aside and keep one in front of you. So let's start. Remember again, you are Paramashiva. See, or many of you shared how you came to Swamiji because of the sufferings. Meaning what? Swamiji said all soft suffering is a boon. You have gotten that boon from Paramashiva to get liberated today. You have gotten that boon from Paramashiva for him to remind you that you are Paramashiva. That is why you are here. All of you, especially those that said that you have come to Swamiji, you started seeking in life, you had a 360-degree turn in life because of some hit, some suffering from life. As Swamiji says, whenever you start to go away from your life's purpose, when you start to move away from Paramashiva, life gives you mild shocks in the forms of changes to remind you that this is impermanent, this is not the truth. Paramashiva is the only truth. When we understand this, then no external happening can influence the ups and downs in us. When you remember that, nothing can affect my psychological, neurological, physiological, physical ups and downs are not me. The space in which they happen are me. I can change them as I want. Then the up and down of the temperature outside, modifying that becomes a very simple job. Are we ready to start? Yes, Nithyananda Maharleen, you can get your water ready. Today we're doing the power of temperature change. And we're starting with the power. where when you know that you have control over the ups and downs of your body, you know that you can control the ups and downs that are happening anywhere in the world. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Yes, Ma, you can use any object. Have two of the same type of cups filled with water. Either you have a thermometer, that's the best. You can measure the temperature of your water. Or else you can have two of the same types of water, same types of cups. You know, sometimes we have the thing that heat diffuses better in a certain cup or things like that. So because of that, two of the same types of cup filled with water, and you can keep one separately, Ma, and one which you use for the manifestation. One as a control with which you will verify later. So let's start. Sit straight, chant the Mahavakya, connect to Swamiji, and allow the manifestation to happen.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Again and again, remember, all of these soft
Paramashivoham.
qualities, all of even a smallest sadness or expectation in our inner state is reminding you yourself, you are Paramashivam. When you're doing the power manifestation, every thought that's coming up, happening within your space, Paramashivam. Go back to that space. Go back to your original nature as Paramashiva, where nothing outside can affect you. So you have the complete control and balance. Just with your will, automatically there is no will entry.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Slowly relax.
Nithyananda
Now verify the temperature of the object of the liquid you had kept in front of you.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I request all the participants, you can
Om Nithyananda
check the temperature. If you kept two cups, you can fill the cup with water, the other pot with water, and verify. See how the temperature of this has changed. The more and more when you reflect, the powerful conclusions within you and understand deeper and deeper the truths that Swamiji is revealing. That is when more and more the power manifestation happens within you. So constantly bring yourself back to that space of Paramashiva, that pure oneness with him. And you will see breakthroughs in your power manifestation happening. Today, actually Swamiji has said, which is that what is power manifestation? When you make the conscious decision process as the natural selection. So you have the natural selection process of how your body is constantly evolving. And then you have the conscious decision process of how the consciousness descends within you. Paramashiva descends within you. When you make a decision to function only with the conscious decision process, that's when power manifestation happens, because power manifestation is a breakthrough, it's not growth. Now, in the next session, we're going to be understanding from Swamiji more further truths about suffering. So in the previous round, we heard about, in the previous session from Swamiji, we learned about how soft suffering is only a boon that we've taken on. And so many of you shared how it is because of these soft sufferings that you even came to Swamiji, you started seeking in the first place. Now, Swamiji is taking us to the next level. He's saying that you are beyond suffering. There cannot be anything from external that can affect you in any way. Let's now hear about this from Swamiji.
Please understand. You may say, yes, we know, soul is beyond joy, beyond pain, beyond suffering. I understand, but I will not have pleasure, I will not have joy. Why should I not suffer? Please understand, always all the highest philosophies can be connected completely the opposite way it should be connected. I can say this should be the statement for all of you. Take this as a direct message from Bhagavan. Don't grieve for anything. I tell you, you don't need to do anything else in your life. You don't need yoga, you don't need meditation, you don't need pranayama, you don't need kriya, you don't need devotion, you don't need anything. Just take this one vow. I will not suffer, that's all. Do not allow any suffering in you. Physical, mental, psychological, emotional. Don't allow any suffering. Whenever a suffering is forced on you, for example, physical pain, look into it. And don't allow that idea of pain settling in you. Please understand. All your ambition, action, everything starts when you accept life is pain, which is not the truth. I tell you, nothing else is required in your life, not only to achieve enlightenment. You see, you don't need to do anything in your life. If you want enlightenment, health, $1 billion, not million, billion, $1 billion, and beautiful relationships, everything, all the auspicious things you aspire, all the auspicious things you think you need in your life, I give you. See, please understand, when I say something, I will be really, really practical. If you get into a coal mine or the place where they keep the charcoal bags, if you go in and come out, naturally the black dust will be on your body. Same way, just decide this one truth. I will not suffer. That's all. Enlightenment will sit on you like a dust. I tell you, enlightenment is nothing more than a small dust. For a person who has decided, Nanu shochitum arhasi. Don't grieve, even if it is based on foolish logic. See, sometimes people don't grieve just because of the foolish logic. They say, it's okay, this is not there, that is not there, okay, there is no suffering. Even if it is from wrong logic. If you hold on to the understanding, I will not grieve anymore, I tell you, you will fall into the right logic. Because with wrong logic, you cannot deny suffering for quite a long time. After a few years, at some point, you have to come to the right logic. If you want to hold on to that one truth, no suffering. Don't grieve for anything. One small story about wrong logic. Young man completed his medical school, went back to the home in a small town to work with his father. Father also is a doctor. They went out the first day to make house calls. As they went in the first house, the father said, "Now you watch me, so you will know what to do." Both went inside. Inside, a woman was in the bed and she looked terrible. The old doctor checked her out. He was making notes. When he dropped his pen to the floor, he picked it up and told the woman she need to quit cleaning and working so hard in her house. She just needed rest. When they got outside, the son asked how he knew that she was cleaning too much. The old doctor said that when he dropped his pen on the floor, it was so clean that there was not a speck of dust anywhere. When they arrived at the next house, the father told his son, "Now it is your turn, go and examine the patient." Son learnt the lesson, he is now ready. He goes. At this house also, a woman was in bed, looking terrible. The young doctor took her blood pressure, pulse, asked few questions and made some notes. Then again his pen also dropped. He reached down to pick it up. After he got up, he told the woman, "You are doing too much of church work, too much of religion is the reason for your problem." Anyhow, he told her, "Keep away from religion." Both the doctors went out. In the car, the old doctor asked the son. The young man said, "Well, when I bent down to pick up my pen, I saw the preacher under the bed." Understand? Whether right logic or wrong logic. If you decide no suffering, just decide clearly, no suffering. Fanatically decide, no suffering. I tell you, even a moment of your breathing time is not worthy of suffering. Suffering is too small. Every moment you experience you are alive is too costly to be spent on ordinary suffering. Basically, Sat, the truth, the existence is Chit, consciousness, and Ananda. Sat and Chit and Ananda does not get separated. Please understand. Existence, consciousness, bliss, all three of them never get separated. If you are suffering, those moments of your suffering, you do not exist. Your life is blackout. The time is the time you go through the blackout. People ask me sometimes, how can I stop suffering, Swamiji? I am not able to logically understand I should be joyful. Arey, with wrong logic, when you can suffer so much, why can't you enjoy with wrong logic? Many times your suffering has no support, but you continue to suffer. Many times you even understand logically it is wrong, but you develop a pattern. Even if it is logically wrong, you continue to suffer. Even if it is logically right, you don't want to enjoy. You don't want to be in joy. The bliss, joy adds vibrancy to your life. I tell you, not suffering is the ultimate spiritual practice. If you can hold on to that one, even enlightenment will be just dust at your feet. How when you walk, dust gathers around your feet. The enlightenment will gather at your feet. I tell you, the greatest way to have enlightenment is it should be offered at your feet. Not that you will stand with a begging bowl for a long time and it will be dropped in your bowl. No. If it is dropped in your bowl, anytime it can be taken away. You can lose it. You grow to the level where you don't care about enlightenment. It is just a side effect of the dust raising while you walk. Understand? The spectrum where the enlightenment happens, the spectrum where the sadhana, spiritual practices are happening, no way connected. It is like all the frogs gathered together and decide they wanted to migrate to some other country. They all realized how to go to some other country. They realized the only way is to catch a flight and get into the flight and reach to the other country. So all of them are planning how to catch a flight. One intelligent frog with a long beard says, "Hey, have you not seen every day morning the flight goes over our forest? Tomorrow let us all stop the flight and get into the flight and go to the other country." Next day they try to stop that flight. They all gather and shout, shout, shout. No, pilot never heard. Then third day, they all put a huge loudspeaker and started shouting, "Hey, we are all here, we are all your passengers. Please take us to the next country." Pilot did not stop. Third day they decided, we will do a strike. We will stop the flight on the sky. They all gathered all the threads they can and put all the threads together, try to create a huge ladder with so much of effort. The whole country struggled. All the big frogs tried their best to bring all big threads, ropes. Some of the frogs even built the body to build this structure. After 10 years of hard work, they created huge rope bridge which is 7 feet tall. And aircraft is going in 70,000 feet height. That's all. Can ever these frogs create a ladder and do a strike and stop the aircraft? No. All their effort to stop the aircraft and getting the attention of the pilot is useless. At some time, you don't know the reason, suddenly pilot wanted to land in that forest for some reason. Even if pilot wants, he cannot land completely. He can lower to certain level and drop a rope and tell the frags come one by one. That is the maximum thing even pilot can do. That is what it does. When he almost comes down and drops the rope is called incarnation. And as the frogs come on one by one, get in. I tell you, there is no other way. The first sutra, deny the existence of all pain and suffering, all dimensions and aspects of pain and suffering. Even if you are getting drowned in the ocean, just tell yourself, Swamiji said there is no pain or suffering. Come what may, let's see. But there is no pain or suffering. Be very clear. You won't have death. Death is not end. Losing the truth is the greatest loss than death. Society has brainwashed you too much. Society has brainwashed you too much by giving the multiple layered lies. Listen. This multiple layered lies catch your attention. Even if you are convinced about the one lie, gone. You have put your leg on the slippery rock and you will land in the end delusion. Don't. Deny the fundamental, foundational brainwashing technique used by society, deluded society on you about the existence of pain and suffering. Listen, it is not okay to be normal with absolutely sick social conditioning. Don't try to be normal with the sick social conditioning. Meditate, contemplate, internalize all the statements today I am making. The first statement is about the truth, denial of all the brainwashing done to you about the pain and suffering. Second statement, this decision to be in truth will expand your brain's ability to reflect, radiate, manifest superconsciousness with the powerful cosmic space and this cosmic nada, Shiva, 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 Mahanada, Shiva, 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 Shiva. When your brain develops the capacity to reflect and radiate the cosmos in the pure conscious form, your mind can never take possession of your brain and brainwash you to believe into anything called pain and suffering. This is the greatest liberation. This is the greatest liberation. Now, third statement. Listen to this third statement. I am having 25 heads, one consciousness. In you, you have broken yourself into 25 consciousness, even though you have only one head. One head, but working in 25 different, getting pulled and pushed in 25 directions. In my case, I have 25 head, but all integrated to one consciousness. That's why I can think 25 various things and manifest all the 25 various things at a time in a cool, stress-free way. Now, the fourth statement, fourth sutra. Your decision to deny the existence of any form of pain, suffering, delusion, its aspects, dimensions, etc. mentioned and above not mentioned. Mentioned above and not mentioned, everything. Your decision to deny it makes such beautiful space in you. Simply start manifesting powers and play with the powers. That will give you tremendous confidence to strengthen powers and powerfulness and deny the existence of pain and suffering and the lower way of existing. Sit like Mahabhairava, Mahakala Bhairava. I am telling you the truth. You are Mahakala Bhairava. I am not brainwashing you. Actually, if I want to exploit you, I should tell you you are something lower than God. I should be brainwashing you into some lower identity so that I can continue to exploit you. But I am not interested in exploiting you. I am interested in expressing through you. You are my soulmate. You are my conscious life partner. I celebrate when you are liberated. Anyone who is now catching what I am saying and saying, yes, Swamiji told, I have no suffering, no pain forever. And I am deciding I have no suffering, no pain. You are my beloved now. I just want to hug you. You are my own. I have only one reason to tell the truth, because truth makes you fulfilled and makes me fulfilled. You are Kala Bhairava. Sit like Kala Bhairava and tell very clearly to your past, present, future. Hey, I am Kala Bhairava. Anyone tries to do good to me, they will be given good. Anyone tries to do bad, they will be given bad. But I am not initiator of any karma. I am the neutral, sacred space, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If you throw laddu on me, you will get the laddu back. If you throw stone on me, you will get that stone back. If you throw the shit on me, you will get that shit back. But nothing will touch me, and I will not throw anything. I will not be working, operating in any of the cognition level where this sick society operates. There is no concept of pseudo dignity and the reason to operate. Far from pseudo dignity. With this clarity, sit in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. I tell you that quality which oozes out from your consciousness into your body, it will actually literally bring that sweetness in your tongue. That is what is actually Amrita. Amrita means the principles of immortality digested, cognized by your mind and gets sunk, drilled, driven into your brain, and that brain's opening up, flowering, that Sahasrara Chakra flowering, and that honey pours inside the system, literally brings sweetness inside your throat. Amrita. Principles of immortality. Truths of immortality. When they are chewed by your mind and gets into your brain, the chemistry, alchemistry happens in you, in your biology, is nectar. Actually, I am tasting that this very moment. That's the reason I am taking a few seconds to settle down and speak. Now, the fifth statement. Listen to this fifth statement. When you start actively practicing this truth, express it in your inner image with yourself, through your outer image with others, all the conflict will become irrelevant. Be powerful, bold, to stand any stress created externally or internally. When you manifest this truth and demonstrate your vairagya and will persistence uncompromisingly, வைரம் வாய்ந்த வைராக்கியம். Vairagya like a diamond. Vajra. Vajra Vairagya. Understand this, you see. Usually when there is a pain happens in you, physical pain, mental pain, emotional pain, all three. Physical pain, all of you know. Mental pain means when your ego is hurt. I am not respected. I am not given the respect I am worthy of. And emotional pain means the pain which you are, if somebody, you trust somebody and they break your trust, they cheat you. That is emotional pain. Any pain, it stays like a particle in your being. I can call it biomemory. Please understand, it stays, these are all the pain biomemories. Next time, even when there is a remembrance of pain, or the moments where you had pain shower happens in your system. Whenever the pain shower happens, that shower gets filled in this biomemory and starts multiplying. 1 becomes 2. See, this 2, now this 2 point also is now ready to be a pain receiver. Because now more pain receivers exist. Even if a small remembrance or the associated items of pain, if they come across in your life, this one more pain shower and they become more pain receivers. You understand how it multiplies. You don't need to support mentally the pain. You don't need to support physically the pain. You see, with the desire, you need to support physically. If you have the desire of eating, for example, you have the desire of eating ice cream. Once you support, the desire will multiply. It will go for, oh, why not this music? Why not this television? When we fulfill them, then it multiplies into 6, 7. Physical action multiplies greed. Mental support multiplies guilt. But for pain, you don't need to even mentally support. Who wants pain? But just by its own remembrance of itself, it multiplies the pain receivers in your biomemory. When there is a more pain receivers in your biomemory, even the slight remembrance, the automatic remembrance creates more and more intense pain. All of you are able to catch what I am saying? See, in your biomemory, for example, this hand pain idea is there in your biomemory. For some reason, even if you remember this hand pain, somebody having the hand pain, and you remember, do I have now? I used to have. That is enough. Immediately the pain receivers multiply. And if you see somebody having a bandage in their hand for fracture reason, again, now the pain flow is received by more multiplier, more pain receivers. Without you cooperating physically, mentally, they go on multiply in your system and create stronger and stronger pains. All of you are able to understand what I am saying? How the pain multiplies and goes on expanding itself without your cooperation. Pain is the most fundamental emotion. Please understand. Most fundamental thought pattern, most fundamental emotion. Why, you know? First, your experience about the world is pain. The moment you come out of your mother's womb, where you are just swimming and floating for 10 months, in a complete comfort, you don't need to go for job, education, nothing. Food is supplied, life is supplied, air is supplied, everything is comfortable. Somehow suddenly you are pushed out as if unwanted, and where you land, some rough hands pick you up from the leg and beat you. Tabal, tabal. Just imagine somebody comes to your house as a guest and you lock the door. 2, 3 of you round him up and tamal, tamal. What will happen? We will work on all the pain patterns you are carrying. It's almost like you are going to write your whole life. Because anything you remember will be pain. If there is no pain, you will not remember that in your life. Look into your life. If there is no pain associated with it, it is forgotten. The gap between two pains is always forgotten. That is your joy.
Nandam. So beautifully, Swamiji actually took us through this session where Swamiji explained to us about how all of us are carrying the suffering in us and pain in us, and how to boldly declare that pain and suffering do not exist. What a boon that all of us have gotten, right? Where we are empowered to boldly declare that pain and suffering do not exist. Pain and suffering do not exist. What were your clicks? What did each of you understand? I request all of you to take a few minutes and post what are the clicks that each of you had. See, like how Swamiji said, now just boldly declare that there is no suffering. Go ahead, boldly declare there is no suffering. Do not suffer. Like how Bhagavan tells in Bhagavad Gita, Nana shochitum arhasi. Do not grieve for anything. If you decide to say, boldly declare and decide inside you, no suffering. Just decide clearly, no suffering. Fanatically decide, no suffering. Apply these 5 in this situation. Like how Swamiji said, the 5 statements of Mahakala Bhairava. Just declare those statements as reality for you inside you. First and foremost, deny the brainwashing done about pain and suffering. For example, if you do not sleep for 4 days, you'll think, oh, if I don't sleep for 4 days, I'll die. This is a myth. We have already seen the science of Jiva Samadhi in several examples of Aptas who are still alive, very much in the body. And of course, we've even seen Swamiji himself. Next, decide to be in the truth. For example, we learned that we have presence in the 14 lokas. So depending on the powerful cognition, manifest that presence in this loka. I am having 25 heads and 1 consciousness. For example, now you have broken yourself into 25 consciousness, even though you have only 1 head. But the truth is, you can think 25 various things at the same time in a cool, stress-free way. 4th statement. Decide you are Paramashiva, you are Kala Bhairava. For example, decide I am the neutral sacred space, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If you throw laddu on me, you will get laddu back. If you throw stone on me, you will get that stone back. But nothing will touch me, and I will not throw anything. I will not be working, operating in any kind of cognition level where the sick society operates. Be powerful, bold to stand any stress created externally or internally. When you start actively practicing this truth, express it in your inner image with yourself, through your outer image with others, and all the conflicts will just become irrelevant. The conflicts will simply die down. Maybe for the first time. So now what we are going to be doing is we are going to be entering into the session where we are going to actually be writing the story of our life, like how Swamiji had described. We're all going to be doing that step right now. So if any of you have any doubts or questions, I request you all to ask your doubts and questions. See, first and foremost thing, have all of us clearly understood the powerful declaration that Swamiji has given to us? How many of you feel empowered within you? How many of you feel like, wow? Like literally, Swamiji will put his own jatas and pull you out of that suffering. You just go on declaring, even if the society, even if my own body try to fool me that there is suffering, there is pain. Swamiji has told no pain, no suffering. And I boldly declare that. Declare powerfully. Go on making this declaration, and various levels make this declaration. Understand? Just cognize this one thing inside of you. See, okay, Ma Krishna is like, I am declaring it now. Wonderful. See, now what we are going to do is we are going to be looking back at whatever we remember. Literally, you're going to write the story of your life from the very beginning. Just start writing whatever you remember, like what Swamiji said. Whatever we remember will be pain. If it's joy, we won't remember it. Whatever we remember will be the pain. So sit and start writing the story of your very life. Starting from that womb, moment you enter into this world. How Swamiji said, right? How you were nicely floating. Everything you were getting cozy, comfortable space, food, air, water, life, everything nicely. You are getting that cozy womb, and all of a sudden you are just pushed out. You enter this world, and some rough hands take you and beat you. Double, double. Literally starting from the very time that we have assumed this body till now. Whatever, remember, don't get overwhelmed. Don't think, oh God, I can't even write clearly just what I did yesterday. For yesterday, that itself will be so much. How am I going to write so many years of my story? Start writing. You'll just see how you yourself will start feeling the suffering you carry just becoming redundant in you. Yanling Yang is saying, I want to know how to release the feeling of hating someone, please. Ma Yanling Yang, the first and foremost thing, decide to unclutch. See that the other person that you are having in your life is also wanting the exact same thing that you want. If you are wanting attention, look, the other person also wants attention only. Look at the other person and feel what you want is exactly what the other person also wants. First. Second, you first unclutch and see whatever you're holding on. It's all that emotional ups and downs that are happening, the hormonal ups and downs that are happening, but deep inside you, you are still unclutched. Declare boldly, the other person cannot trigger suffering in you because Swamiji has told there is no suffering. I am Paramashiva and the person is also Paramashiva, and what exists in me is the same thing that exists in him also, him or her also. Declare this boldly. Suddenly you'll feel, the moment you start experiencing that oneness, you'll feel that the chilly reactions, spicy reactions that's happening in you, all of that will just die down. Or even after that, you still have some kind of a hate. Decide that you will not move your body, not even blink your eye till that emotion goes out of you. It will simply go. See, Ma Sonia Rao, you are able to enrich them. If not, there is no necessity for us to judge or hold a person in any which way. You don't need to have any kind of a judgment or anything on the other person. End of the day, everyone, every sentient being is Paramashiva. Maybe Paramashiva is manifesting like this, but end of the day, everyone is Paramashiva. Okay, now let's all enter into the interesting exercise where you're going to write the story of your very life. I request all of you to do this sincerely. Start now. You're going to sit and sincerely start writing. Write the story of your whole life. Come on. Maybe the first time you will write down the story of yourself. Go back to the earliest memory of your life and start penning down all the unpleasant, unwanted incidents of your life as if you're writing a story. Means your autobiography. Relive each incident and write it down clearly. This is only for you. You're not going to be posting it anywhere. Write it. Honestly write it. Including the place you were in, the smell, the situation, the taste, everything. And what were you feeling at that moment? Write on everything. Please start now. How are each of you feeling inside of you as you're reliving and relieving? Intensely sit and do this exercise. All of you just write it down for yourself. See, you're not telling this for anyone else. This is you are writing, or literally, you should feel like you're writing your own autobiography. Don't bother about using any fancy words or anything, but this is literally you writing your autobiography. Sit and intensely write it down. Relive and relieve yourself from all the pain and suffering that you carry. Okay, so now let's enter into the power manifestation session. Let's enter into the power manifestation session. Now, again, we are going to do one more round of this power. We are going to be playing with increasing the temperature of liquid. One more round before we see next time. We're going to go to the next power. So let's master in this round. Sit with it. Make sure you turn on your video and you manifest this power. Your power of will. You can just with your will, you'll be able to change it. Just sit now and intensely decide to manifest. Come on, chant the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavaagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavaagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
That's, and check the temperature of the liquid that you're holding. Check and see if the temperature has increased or decreased. Play with it. Now, we're moving to the next session. And in this session, Swamiji is actually going to be revealing to us the secret of how we are beyond pain, beyond suffering. Let's now listen to the revelation from Swamiji.
In Sanskrit, we have two words, Vada, Pradivada, Kandana, Mandana. Means churning the logic till you achieve the nectar of understanding, realization. Kandana Mandana means the removing all the things which does not exist but gives you the feeling it exists. See, I tell you, it is just like a two edge of the cloth. One edge you say life is suffering, one edge you say life is bliss. But when you move to any one edge, you will become enlightened. You will jump out of that, you will fall out of that edge. Please understand, enlightenment is falling out of this. Life is this. One edge is life is bliss. One edge is life is suffering. Go to any one extreme through your cognizance, you will jump out of it. You will become enlightened. Whether you believe Buddha, life is suffering, or whether you believe me, life is bliss, if you align your cognizance to that one belief, you will become enlightened. But suffering is part of life is not going to liberate you. Who said that? Suffering is part of life is not what Buddha taught. You heard. That is what you heard, but didn't see. Suffering is part of life. You heard. Buddha did not say. Buddha said life is suffering. There's a big difference between suffering is part of life and life is suffering. Align to anyone, you'll be liberated. Whatever you know as life is suffering, so escape from it. I wanted you to know some of the basic truths. When Buddha declared life is suffering, when I read that statement first, I said, no, what is this? This fellow, such a pessimist. Starting with a statement, life is suffering. Now, I agree with Buddha with all respects. Unless you learn that word first, you do not develop perseverance. Man do not develop vyavasayatmika buddhi, perseverance, unless he understands that statement. life is suffering. Life is dukkha. See, the big problem is, when you feel life is joy, when you believe life is joy, you tend to wander. You take up one project, suddenly you feel the other project glitters more. The other side is more greenery. Wow! I think that life is more joyful, more green, more shining, more palabala. Let me jump. You jump there. From there, when you look at the other side, wow, that looks more shiny, more beautiful, more powerful, great. Let me jump there. You jump there. Markada Vairagya. In Sanskrit, we have a word called renunciation of the monkey. Monkey renounces one branch to catch other branch, but it doesn't stay with that branch. Within 2 seconds, it catches some other branch and renounces this branch also. Margada Vairagya. Renunciation of the monkey. No? When Bhagavan Buddha says, life is suffering, his first statement is that only. Life is dukkha. Suffering. I attest, I second his opinion. Only when you understand life is suffering, you learn perseverance. When you take up a project, when you face suffering, you'll understand, hey, life is suffering. Let me stand with this suffering, with this project and see the end of it. Truth is life is joy. Fact is life is suffering. Till you experience truth, better be with fact. Vyavasayatmika buddhi keha kurunantana. Perseverance in any level, in any project, whether it is the inner world or outer world. Understand, even living enlightenment is a project. Jivan Mukti is a project. You take it up. It's a project, you take it up. To achieve the end of it, in the initial level, believing life is suffering will be much better. Because you will have perseverance. When you face different sufferings, different problems, you will know, no, life is suffering. Let me be stable. The stability will happen in you. When you don't understand life is suffering, the stability does not happen in you. There's a term I learned just 2 days before. Quid pro quo. Quid pro quo. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Just 2 days before, I was learning this word. I have teachers all around me. See, when you are ready to learn, you will have teachers, everybody all around you. Quid pro quo. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Let both of us be together. This is the way the collective illusions are spread. Collective delusions are created. For thousands of years, people were believing earth is flat because of collective delusion. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Collective delusion is the worst suffering a man can have. When you know life is suffering, you will have the perseverance. You will have the determination. You will have the vyavasayatmika buddhi. If you believe life is suffering, you will have the perseverance. You will have the determination to be stable and achieve. Vyavasayatmika buddhihi, fixed resolve. I tell you, which is a basic requirement for external and internal enlightenment, external and internal success, external and internal achievements. Once actually I landed upon a very deep, strong, sacred cognition in my life that I cannot be hurt. I cannot have any pain. I am the Atma. Atma cannot have any pain, suffering, nothing. It is pure space. It was so powerful and so strong. I went and took the knife and cut my thigh to check it. A child will not have a guts to take a knife and cut himself to check. Understand, I tell you, the power of the cognition was so much. I could not control myself testing it on me because I was too excited. Of course, I needed few more understanding. See, when I am the Atma, soul, I am not the body, and I cannot be destroyed, I don't have pain, I am beyond sufferings, then I should have tested that on my Atma, not on my body. I have tested it on which something I am not. See, the experience is sitting in the Atma, the cognition is sitting in the consciousness. But experimenting, I am doing it on my body. That understanding I gathered little later. But that cognition was so powerful. Even when there was a pain on the body, I did not feel bad for what I did. I did not feel bad about testing it. It was such an ecstasy. Wow, wow, wow. Like a long journey is over. Now I don't need to run around anywhere here and there. I am that rest, that restful awareness, that cognition was such an ecstasy. When I cut my thigh and went back to Annamalai Swamigal, he said, what you did is neither wrong nor right. I couldn't understand. What do you mean? He said, because of this cutting yourself, you got the click. Ultimately, that you are not the body. Actually, after that only he gave me the initiation into that Aham Spurana. The methodology of the Aham Spurana by great incarnation, Ramana Maharshi. It was transmitted to me by Annamalai Swamigal. So Ramana Maharshi is my Paramaguru. And Annamalai Swamigal transmitted that Aham Spurana, Anubhava into me, and which became reality when I was 12 in the Pavalakkundru. After that, once Annamalai Swamigal was telling me, now understand the thing you did, cutting your thighs, neither right nor wrong. Because you got the vision, you don't need sacrifice. You don't need to cut yourself again. If Annamalai Swamigal said cutting yourself is right, I would have been continuously doing that everywhere. And all of you will be sitting and cutting yourself. It is not right. Same way, it is not wrong. You need certain kind of a ferociousness to do sacrifice till the vision clicks. That kind of a ferociousness is required for the vision to click. So because the ferociousness is required for the vision to click, the experimenting on yourself, cutting yourself, your thigh was not wrong. Because it is not required regularly, once the vision clicks, it is not right. Understand it properly. Sacrifice is required only till the vision clicks. Once the vision clicks, you don't need sacrifice. Because living enlightenment does not need sacrifice. It only needs the vision clicking in you. But till the vision clicks, you need to have the patience and perseverance, will, persistence. For that you need sacrifice. Shivanyana anubhuti, Shivanyana anubhava, Paramashivoham anubhuti is a vision manifest, not torture or suffering. The fundamental cognitions are the principles the foundation principles you cognize decides whether you are going to build a materialistic ecosystem around you, so-called rational ecosystem around you, or an enlightened ecosystem around you. Please understand. All the so-called conclusions of the science and rationality is not rationally rational or scientifically scientific. All the cognitions, politicians, social leaders trying to infuse into you are not absolute truth or absolute right. Understand? Neither the cognitions are absolute truth, nor they are rationally rational or scientifically scientific. But unfortunately, the cognitions you cognize decides the quality of life you are going to have. Understand? The ultimate Tyagi, Paramashiva, reveals all the truths as it is in Vedas and Agamas for every one of us to live enlightenment and create an enlightenment ecosystem around us. Please understand. I want to tell you some of my own experiences. If you cognize life is pain, you are going to go on create pain. If you cognize life is bliss, you will go on be creating bliss. If you cognize life is hard work, you are going to go continuously going to create hard work. If you cognize life is joy, you are going to continuously manifest joy. The good news is cognition is conscious process. You can recreate, rebuild, reform, rejuvenate, reinvent, recreate as you want. Cognition is conscious process, not unconscious, random happening. It's a conscious process. You can recreate, rejuvenate, reinvent, redesign, rebuild your conscious process.
Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. I hope all of you are able to see me and hear me now. Great. Life is suffering. Swamiji explained to us a very powerful cognition. The cognition which can directly lead you to perseverance, stability, and make you become a real stable person within you. See, when we go on expecting that life should be something like miraculous, yeah, like there are tons of expectations that we usually put on life. If when you take a few minutes and internalize what Swamiji said, just Swamiji revealed, you have so much of opening up happening in you. Tremendous powerfulness would radiate through you. Whoever has any questions or doubts, see, there are like 10 Zoom rooms that we have. So I request all of you, if you all can go to the Paramashivoham Facebook group, even the female participants, I request if all of you can go to the Paramashivoham Facebook group and post your questions there, so that I can take the questions directly from that. So none of your questions get missed. Can I request all the participants to please go to the Paramashivoham Facebook group and post it there? Here, this is the Facebook group. All of you can go to this Facebook group and post your questions that you have in this. I know yesterday's session is just so beautiful. I think all of us will keep seeing and sharing this picture again and again and again. I request all of you now take a few minutes and post your understandings. Go to this Facebook group and post your questions, your understandings, your clicks, cognitions, everything here. I request all the participants to go to the Facebook group and post it. Post whatever clicks, whatever understandings you have had. Go to the Facebook group and post it. Though this cognition, we may feel like, what? Why is this sounding like life is suffering? Understand, but just by you cognizing this one word, when you cognize it properly, what opens up in you is something really powerful. This is a secret of Maya, secret of suffering. When you understand this secret, you will be liberated from it forever. Take a few minutes, internalize whatever you have understood, and go to the Facebook group and post it on the Facebook group. I request all the participants to go and post it. Understanding about life, what you are, is going to decide what you do and what you want in life. Like how Swamiji says, actually one of the very, very, very powerful cognition is changeable. Understand, we usually think, that's what Swamiji is telling you now, right? That cognition is not something that just happens automatically or a default process. Cognitions are consciously built, which means you can change it. You have the power to change it. Just knowing this will liberate you from so many things that you're stuck in, that you're struggling with. When you think you are a child and a particular toy is going to give you joy, and that toy is going to be adding so much life to you, or it is going to be your eternal companion, you feel so strongly attached to that toy. Even if your mother tries to take that toy away and asks you, better you eat, otherwise I'm not giving you this toy back. What do? You, as a child, you shout at her. You're like, I don't want you. I will not talk to you. You go away from me. You only give me the toy. So naturally, you feel that a toy is much more important than anything else. But after some time, your understanding about yourself changes. So naturally, your needs also change. And when your understanding about yourself evolve, your need changes, your desires become different, your greed becomes different. The transformed desire does not bind you. That then the same toys does not even matter to you. How many of us have had, right? Like all of us have had something in our childhood that we thought that this is going to be eternally there with me. But then the moment you evolve as a person, when your understanding about you evolves, when the understanding you carry about yourself changes, your greed, your desire, all of these also changes. Understand, transformed greed does not bind you. Transformed fear does not bind you. When you think you are a child, that moment you think your whole life is going to be childhood and that toy is going to add so much of joy, it will be an eternal companion. Right? First, as on now, all your fear, all your greed, all your suffering, all your pains, your pleasure, whatever you call as life, guilt, anger, anything is looked with a very short view of a few hours of your awareness. Please understand, you don't think and plan looking at the whole life. That is why Swamiji said, the Kandana Mandana means removing all the things which does not exist but gives you the feeling that it exists. For example, imagining that the other person, it's like a simple thing. How many times you have felt like you have had these kind of cognitions where you thought that, oh, look, this person does not like me. This person just does not want to talk to me. Poor fellow, that he would have just been busy probably with his office, so could not have picked up your calls just 2 times. But 100 times that rings in you, you're so convinced that this person does not like me. Probably he wants to break up. Probably the relationship is not going to work for me. This is what I thought that day itself. You go on carrying such, like you built an entire story out of nothing. The things that does not exist but makes you believe that it exists is called as Maya. Ya ma iti Maya. That which does not exist but makes you believe it exists is Maya. Take a few minutes and list down things like this. That it first just needs your awareness. Look inside of you and pen down 10 such things. Please start now. And write intensely, just 10 things like that. Quickly identify. So now that all of us have went down this, if you have any questions or doubts, feel free to ask. You can just go to the Facebook group, Paramashivam Facebook group, and you can post this there. Take a few minutes and go to the Facebook group and post any questions that you may be having. Okay, I see Ma Stephanie has posted, life can be sometimes be pain and suffering, but life is joy, worthful, beautiful. Okay, Ma Stephanie, I just want to tell one thing. This is exactly what Swamiji was telling, right? Like, suffering is a part of life, is not what Buddha told. Life is suffering. Both of these are actually completely different from each other. When you say suffering, worry, pain, all of these are also part of life, then you continue to exist. See, right now, suffering, life is sometimes suffering, life is sometimes joyful. This is the way we cognize. That middle path that you carry is not going to give you enlightenment. You will not be able to evolve. You know why? Because when you are suffering, you feel the whole life is suffering. And then when you're joyful, you'll feel that my whole life is joyful. You keep having this or that, this or that, this or that. Hold on to any one cognition. First, cognize very clearly that is life is suffering. First, cognize that cognition will evolve and make you realize that how you can handle it with strength and how you would be able to go beyond that suffering. You understanding, Ma? Okay, Ma. Ella Smith has asked a question. I have a question about the Haritaki powder. I see in the store that they have young Haritaki powder, another called big Haritaki powder. Which one must I buy, please? Okay, well, Ella Smith, I have never heard of such a thing before. I would just say Swamiji is only told to buy the organic version and so just make sure it's organic. Apart from that, I have never heard about something as young or old or anything like that. Any other questions any one of you have, feel free to post it in the Facebook group. We'll be taking all your questions from the Facebook group. And come on, all of you go ahead and post your understandings and clicks as well. See, Stephanie Diet, are you understanding what I told you? Life can be both, will not take you to the extremes. You need to go to the extreme to have that breakthrough. Okay, I think it's time now. Let's enter into the power manifestation session. See, sit now and you're going to be playing again with the water. This time you're going to decrease the temperature of the liquid. Have at least 5 different glasses. Get at least 5 different glasses. And you're going to only spend 3 minutes on each. Sit, chant Mahavakya. Check the temperature of the water now. Chant the Mahavakya and declare with intensity. You're going to look at it today. See, as you keep willing and increase, it's like with a conscious decision, you'll be able to increase the temperature. So now, last 2 rounds we did of increasing the temperature. This round we're going to do the decreasing of the temperature. Please start now. Once you finish 3 minutes, whether you manifested or did not manifest, go to the second glass, go to the third glass. Like this, have 5 glasses of water and you are going to start playing with it now. Please start chanting the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Many of you have manifested. Now, all of us are going to enter into the very next session. And in this session, Swamiji is going to be taking us through a very powerful session of happiness versus bliss, which is real.
Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Happiness is delusion. Bliss is real existence. Whoever asks you to pursue happiness is deluding you. Happiness is binary logic based. Today, happiness is getting a car. Tomorrow, happiness is getting a house. Day after tomorrow, happiness is getting a wife. The next day, you know what is happiness. Where you landed. Happiness is the word society, mass media cult, entertainment industry cult is using to exploit you and keep you in delusion continuously. Bliss is cosmological reality. Happiness is societal delusion. Understand? Bliss is when you know absolutely you are in tune with the whole existence. Even if you think you are not in tune and accept that as a reality, you will be in bliss. Bliss comes from powerful cognition. Happiness comes from the opinions of the people who make you powerless and those powerless cognition. I tell you. Each time when you cognize powerful cognitions of the cosmic truth, cosmological truth, truths as per cosmic logic, you manifest bliss. Bliss is based on cosmic logic. Happiness is based on binary logic. Society keeps you deluded with the idea of happiness. If you understand bliss, and it is too easy to start experiencing bliss, it is not at all difficult. I am telling you. That's the first powerful cognition you need to know. Bliss is too easy to experience. That is why society never wants you to experience bliss, because bliss liberates you, makes you independent of exploitative grid-based lifestyle. Bliss is the source material out of which Paramashiva is made. Actually, bliss is the source material out of which this whole universe is made. Anandam Brahmeti Navyajanat. Upanishad declares very clearly. Out of Ananda, the stuff called Ananda, this universe is made. Don't waste it without experiencing it. Annam Brahmeti Navyajanat. Annam na nindya tat vratam. Pranam brahmeti. Mano brahmeti. Vijnanam brahmeti. Anandam brahmeti. Gayatri Upanishad. Actually, I am chanting the first lines of the different paragraphs. Gayatri Upanishad very clearly declares. Anandam brahmeti navyajanat. Understand? The whole universe is made of stuff called Ananda. It's made out of stuff called Ananda. Anandat eva kalvimani bhutani jayante. Indeed, from Ananda, all the beings have happened. Do not miss understanding about Ananda, because once you understand Ananda, you will not be exploited anymore by this stupid happiness concept. Understand? This happiness idea is inserted into you by the society or the mass media cult, entertainment industry cult, which wants to exploit you. They put the ideas like income, healthy life expectancy, social support, freedom, trust and generosity, all this. I tell you, happiness is binary logic based. Bliss is cosmic logic based. The experience of powerfulness, not feeling suffocated, experience of non-violence. See, a person who is fulfilled will never be violent. He'll only feel like giving. How can I give more? How can I contribute more to everyone's life? Actually, when you are in bliss, the moment you wake up, whoever you see, you feel like hugging and blessing them. If you are not blissful, whoever you see, you feel biting them. So, falling in the eyes of the people who are not blissful is a curse. Be treated. Ananda Atma, the soul, the self, which is made of the material called Ananda. Only that soul should be experienced, it should be seen. Actually, when you see that soul, you experience Ananda in you. Anandam Brahmano Vidyat. Bliss is the primary manifestation of Paramashivam. Listen. Anandam Brahmano Vidyat. The Brahman, Param-Brahman, Paramashiva. The primary manifestation, immediate manifestation of that Paramashiva is Ananda, bliss. Understand, by jati you can be anything, but by varna you can become Brahmana. Same way, by social conditioning you would have felt happiness or you may not have felt happiness. But as per the cosmic logic, the multidimensional logic, reality, the real reality, you are blissful, you are qualified to be blissful, and that is your very nature and quality. I tell you, even if you think you are happy as per the society standard, you are not successful. That is more like a operation success patient died. Because you are happy as per others. Even if you are happy as per yourself, it is not eternal or permanent. It's all relative measures, which changes not every day, every minute. Not every day, but every minute. Anandam Brahme Divyajanat. Ananda is the stuff out of which all of us are made. I tell you. Start eating Ananda. Start living in Ananda. Powerful cognitions about Ananda should be meditated and manifested. The pure truth I revealed now. Paramashiva made his own pure consciousness as the core recipe of life. Then he added other many things. But the core recipe of life is his own consciousness. This is a pure truth. Now the applied truth, listen to this very carefully. Listen to this very carefully. First, this is the greatest news, best news. Second, listen. Eternal bliss, Nitya Ananda, is one of the core, inherent, innate quality of Paramashiva's consciousness. Understand one thing. My inexhaustible activism comes from absolute fulfillment and bliss, not from any discontentment. See, discontented fellow will be active but cannot have a large vision which can go on expanding infinitely. Listen to this truth. The vision I carry never tires me, frustrates me. It is like a huge energy, inspiration for intense activism and eternal bliss, the pure bliss. The eternal bliss, Nitya Ananda, is the first effect. The moment you cognize Paramashiva's consciousness is the recipe of your life. Please understand, if you are alive, be very clear, the core recipe of your life is Paramashiva's own consciousness. He put himself, he was cooking, things were not working out, the life was not happening. He just took himself and put it. Immediately life happened. That's all. Visualize. He was cooking, trying to cook life. So many components he added, but life was not happening. It was coming out like a sakra pongal, puliyodare, or so many other things came out, but life was not happening. He just smiled and put himself, his own consciousness. He just took his consciousness and put it. Immediately life happened. Listen. First thing, this is the best news. Second, this means your core programming is such extreme, infinite, unending, Satchit Ananda Nithyanandam. Sat, you know, you are programmed for truth. Sat, that is your core. Till you manifest that, you won't rest. Because you are programmed for that. Chit, consciousness. By your very nature, you are aware you exist. Ananda, bliss. The infinite Ananda. Listen. The conscious principle, consciousness, conscioushood, Atma Tattva, the conscious component, Atma Tattva in you, in all of us, is not only beyond these Panchatattva's of Prithvi Tattva, Appu Tattva, Teyu Tattva, Vayu Tattva, Akasha Tattva, means roughly in English, earth element, water element, fire element, air element, space element, the conscious element in you, consciousness in you, Atma Tattva in you, not only is beyond all these five, this empowers all these five. Listen. By intense, ferocious unclutching, tyaga, if you decide to remove the interferences and inferences, comes on your Atma Tattva, that tyaga manifests as superpower in your being. Atma Tattva in you, conscious principle in you, Chit Shakti in you, conscious hood in you, consciousness in you, conscious element in you. All these words denote the same. Conscious element in you is not only beyond these five principles called earth element, earth element, water element, fire element, air element, space element. This Atma Tattva, conscious principle, empowers, gives life to all these five. Listen carefully. If you use unclutching, completion and tyaga to stop all the interferences and inferences of earth, water, fire, air, space elements on your Atma Tattva, on your conscious principle, you will manifest powers immediately. Listen. Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jakratam, individual conscious principle awakening, is not exclusive right for anyone. It is even for animals. It is granted. Understand? I tell you, the essence of what I am trying to convey. If you try to keep the powerful cognition, your Atma Tattva, while you are eating, while you are sleeping, your body will not react like a normal human body. There will not be any body odor. There will not be any. The hangover of sleep, the effect of sleep on you. From today, all of you start manifesting this powerful cognition. Your conscious principle, Atma Tattva, is not only beyond the 5 elements, earth element, water element, fire element, air element, and space element. The Atma Tattva empowers all these elements. And do not allow the interferences and inferences of these 5 elements on your Atma Tattva. Understand? If you just awaken your Atma Tattva, that's all. Immediately, Parabrahma, Parandama, Parameshwara, Paramashiva, Parashakti, all will manifest in you. All of them are waiting to manifest in you. You just need to say yes.
Sorry for that. Paramashivanandam. So beautifully, Swamiji explained that to us. See, the bliss that comes out of you, which is first non-violence based, and second, when you remind yourself that you are consciousness, going on cherishing that will create a certain chemistry in you, an alchemistry in you, which will radiate as immense bliss in your life. Okay, first step I request everyone, all the participants to do is please go to the Facebook group, Paramashivam Facebook group, and post the understanding that you got from this session. What are the clicks that you got? Can I request all of you to go and do? I see so many participants sitting here. I request all the participants, every one of you sitting here with us. Can I request all of you, please go to Facebook now and post on the Facebook. Please go to Facebook and post on the Facebook group. About pain, suffering, whatever each of you have understood, I request each of you to please take a few minutes and you all can go to Facebook and post. And very, very, very important thing. See, Swamiji explained to us the difference between what is happiness and what is bliss. Swamiji explained how happiness is very temporary. When you focus on happiness, you will never feel fulfilled. Like Swamiji said, right? We go on trying to find, okay, today, oh, if I get this job, I'm going to be the happiest person. Then you'll think by the time you actually get that job, already your desires have changed. You then think, okay, I think I'm just waiting to get my wife like this. And then when she comes, and then again, your thinking has changed. Your source of happiness keeps shifting. You never actually feel fulfilled. The source of your happiness, the driving factor should not be happiness. It should be bliss. From bliss, happiness will be a byproduct. Bliss is what you need to focus on. Okay, from this one statement, what is it that you are understanding? Come on. So many of you sitting. Can I hear from all of you? Can I request all the participants to please post? Go to the Facebook and post. What did you understand? Come on. Ma Susan Solander, Ma Geeta Devi, what did each of you understand? Okay, I was expecting this question. Okay, very interesting. Ma Virupaksha has asked. I'm going to show the question to everyone. So Ma Virupaksha has asked a question on the Facebook group saying, Swamiji says, pain and suffering don't exist. And Swamiji also says, life is suffering. Like, what does it mean? There's a beautiful line in Hinduism. Ekam sat vipra bahuda bhavanti. Truth is one. The path to reach the truth is multiple. Meaning, like what Swamiji said, life is bliss and life is suffering. It's like both are two ends of the same cloth. Whenever you reach any one extreme, you achieve the completion of the whole. When you cognize, when you start understanding, coming to the conclusion, life is suffering, Okay, come on. Then let me not get affected by what's happening. Let what's happening not affect me internally. That cognition will start happening in you. You will start feeling so fulfilled, joyful, and you would start manifesting that powerfulness inside of you. On the other end, if you
in this satsang itself, Swamiji is saying, right? When Swamiji is saying life is suffering, Swamiji is saying Buddha tells life is suffering. Swamiji is telling life is joy. Suffering or pain does not exist. Both are true. Both mean exactly the same thing. Because Swamiji is saying, when Buddha tells life is suffering, the intensity with which he tells what he means as a suffering. And when Swamiji tells there is no suffering, what Swamiji means as no suffering, both are one and the same. Swamiji tells if you try, actually, I think in the video one of them had asked the same question, right? Swamiji said people always ask this question. Swamiji is not contradicting what Buddha told, or Buddha is not contradicting what Swamiji revealed. The path is different but leads to the same experience, ultimately makes you understand that suffering, pain, joy, all are redundant. It will make you start seeking towards that something that is eternal, not ephemeral, something that's permanent, like the bliss. And that is the goal of both the teachings, both the truths. So, my Virupaksha, you can pick anything that you click with, and from that will lead you to the next and the next level. Understanding, ma? In the male bodies room, do any of you have any questions? Any of you have any doubts that you would like to ask?
okay, Nityanandam, to all the male participants that are sitting here with us, Kunyu Chen and Dania Raya, George Greenberg, Nityanandam, to all of you. I see many of you that are sitting here with us. Alex, Nityanandam, can I request all the male participants to also post your understandings and clicks? Nityanandam, Hugo, how are you? Daniel Aya and Hugo, Nityanandam, Shay Fong, Sin, Nityanandam. Can I request all of you to please come on your cameras and settle down? Dr. Murli, Nityanandam. Okay, I request all of you take a few minutes, go to the Facebook group, the Paramashivoham Facebook group, and share your understandings and clicks, so that we understand what are the questions that you're having and what are the understandings that you're having. So I request all of you, come on, take a few minutes and please go to the Facebook group. Nityanandam, Travis, Erindale, Vimverdegalaya, Nityanandam, Raghunandanaya, Nityanandam.
Nityanandam, Wim Verdegalaya, and Robert Ramaya, all the participants, all the male bodies. We see so many of you beautifully listening to the session intensely. We encourage all of you to ask questions, doubts, anything that you have on Facebook.
Sanma. how these cognitions are not conflicting with each other. You choose one and you're going to cherish it and use that to achieve the ultimate. Can I request all others also, please take a few minutes and go to the Facebook and post? I just want to make sure. Okay. Mavirupaksha has asked another question. She's asking, I'm going to be just showing it to all of you, so all of you are also able to see the question. So Mavirupaksha has asked another question. In satsang, can you please explain it a little more? In satsang, Swamiji said, Buddhism stops at enlightenment and Hinduism starts with enlightenment. Yes. Seema, that is true. Because in Buddhism, the final goal itself is only enlightenment. But in Hinduism, even for the most basic thing, it starts with enlightenment. Like when we talk about the 14 lokas, when we say about manifesting the Shaktis, all of these starts with the fundamental cognition of enlightenment. I am Paramashiva. That's the very basis. That is true. And I know you're asking your question based on, then why is Swamiji referring to Buddhism? Am I right? See, that cognition from Buddhism can help you to reach that first level. Otherwise, as human beings, we are trained to think that suffering is a part of life. But life is suffering is completely a different cognition. You will have a different perspective to it. You understanding? The cognitions that we cherish inside matters. What kind of a cognition that we are operating from matters. See, whenever you take anything to the extreme, you will have a breakthrough in that. For example, Swamiji says, I mean, you would have definitely heard this, right? Swamiji says how sleep your way to enlightenment. Where if you intensely focus on that, you'll get enlightened. Seema, for example, when you start cognizing life is suffering and everything as suffering, you will feel that why at all to even exist like this? Not in a negative way, you will not become suicidal, don't worry. But you will understand why are you feeling that life is suffering? You will look in. It will make you look inwards. You will understand things are manifesting not from the outside, but from the inside. When you say suffering is a part of life, you will start feeling like, okay, people are making me suffer. Look, this is how it is. God is so cruel. All these statements are the byproducts of that. But when you feel life is suffering, then you will start questioning the very fundamentals of life, which will lead you to the pure questioning, which will lead you to seeking, which again, in turn, leads you to going more and more closer to your consciousness. Either this way or that way. Intense activism can lead you to enlightenment. Intense laziness also can lead you to enlightenment. Swamiji will say, laziness not just sitting in the couch the whole day and night. No, but if you go to that extent where you're so lazy that you're lazy to even think, even to create a thought, you'll get enlightened. Intensity is the key. Yeah, understanding, ma? Okay. Can you give me examples of actions based on life is suffering and of actions based on pain and suffering don't exist? Yes, sure, ma'am. So, I want to give first the latter one. The example for actions based on pain and suffering don't exist. I'll give you an example. In Gurukul, there's this kid. you know Madhvet, right? Madhvet's son. He's in Gurukul. And at that time, when this incident happened, he was about 6 years old, 6.5 years old. And in the satsang, Swamiji was telling that pain is a lie, pain does not exist. Now, because this kid heard it at such a young age, this is a 6-year-old kid, listened to such powerful cognition, and Swamiji transmitted. See, whenever Swamiji is revealing anything, it is not limited to just that particular thing alone. Like whenever if Swamiji is saying about a particular cognition, for example, pain and suffering do not exist. It's not just what you are understanding in your logical level alone. He packs it with energy and transmits. So because this child heard it when he was 6 years old, it directly went into his biomemory. Biomemory is a decision-making mechanism in us. And he was playing and he was standing on a chair that slipped, and the fall was so harsh. He fell on his elbow and his bone all literally broke. He had a very bad fracture. And his hand was hanging, like literally hanging. But because the cognition that pain does not exist had gone so deep into him, his body did not even respond with pain. He ran to Madhvit and his mother, and he was telling her, my hand is disconnected. She didn't understand what he meant. When he showed the hand, she was shocked. Literally, hand is hanging. The hand is like literally hanging. It's not stable. And she freaked out and she took him and ran to the hospital. The doctors could not believe, of course, got Swamiji's blessing. Swamiji blessed. And the kid was rushed to the hospital. The doctors could not believe. They're like, how come this kid is not experiencing any pain? He didn't lose sensitivity, understand? He could feel the touch. He could feel all that clearly. He did not have pain. Pain did not exist for him. And it was so sweet. And like the doctors are really amazed. And then they put the thing and the fracture also got healed with Swamiji's blessings. After a week or so, he went for Sarva Darshan, where Swamiji will be coming and blessing. And see, such a big fracture, 6-year-old kid, it should have actually impacted to the kid, right? Swamiji is coming and asking him that, okay, how is your hand? And which hand did you get the fracture in? Show me that hand. He got, I think, in right hand, but because it did not even affect him at all, the kid rose his left hand and said, I'm confused, Swamiji, doing this hand or that hand? Understand, this is a level when you cognize whether till now I might have believed pain, suffering and all exists. But Swamiji has told, my Guru has told, pain does not exist. Suffering does not exist. Come on, I make a declaration now that pain is a lie, suffering is a lie. I make this declaration and declaring it boldly. Declare it just a few times. You will suddenly see that will become a decision-making mechanism in you. You will experience so much of joy, so much of bliss just oozing through you. You literally, your life itself will be so beautifully flowing. You won't have suffering in life. You'll be just dancing and floating through your life. See, it's not just this one kid. Same thing a few years later. One other kid, he had a very bad accident on his feet, like something of a few tons rolled over his feet. He, in that shock at that moment, he actually fainted. And he was immediately rushed to the hospital. And Swamiji just said, I'll take care. And Swamiji put Swamiji's shawl on that kid. It's so beautiful. It happened in a temple right after the procession. Something really huge, I think some few 100 tons, just rolled on his feet and crushed his feet. His feet lost its very shape, just crushed. And immediately his feet was wrapped and they rushed him to the hospital. Swamiji put his own shawl on the kid and he was taken to the hospital. The doctors could not believe that such a huge thing has happened and the kid did not experience pain. Not just that, they saw very clearly that they told that the leg might even need to be amputated because the bones itself have gotten crushed. They took an X-ray. This happened in the night. They said next morning they will check. For now, he was admitted the hospital. But Swamiji's shawl was there with that kid, and Swamiji had blessed, saying, Swamiji will take care. Nothing like that will happen. Next day, they take another X-ray, and everyone was shocked because what the doctors saw the previous night was not there anymore. The whole leg started becoming rigid, like came to a proper structure. And they were amazed, like every step by step, his entire healing was just amazing. In 1 week, he got I think in 3-4 days, he got discharged from the hospital and came back. Doctors told him that you should not walk. It will take another 6 to 8 months for you to be able to even start getting up on your own feet. Swamiji said, they don't believe these doctors' narratives. I am telling you, and you can just start walking. And because Swamiji told, this kid just jumped up from the wheelchair. In matter of 3 days, his leg got completely healed. He started walking. Even now he can run, walk, play, everything. Leg is completely normal without even a trace of that fracture. This will happen in you the moment you take, because Swamiji told, I am taking this as my cognition. From this moment, let me live this cognition. You will see your life will be magical. This is what is an example for how you can live with this powerful cognition in you. You understood the answer, Ma? Ma Stephanie has posted her click. Bliss is a soul issue, our real core. Happiness belonging to this dual world. Therefore, as every other emotional phenomenon only comes and goes, the utmost fulfillment comes from our commitment to stay grounded in our consciousness. Whatever happens, Sachitananda, using unclutching completion and Tyaga. Very beautiful, Ma Stephanie Lally. Are all of you understanding this? How many of you are clicking with this cognition? Okay, now we are going to be using this cognition and you're going to be sitting and doing the power manifestation with this cognition. First and foremost thing, understand. Do it because Swamiji has given you this power. It will simply manifest miraculously.
Again, even with this, right? There are two ways you can look at it. You can look at it as your struggles, success, or failures, or you can look at it as a science. If you attribute pain or suffering even to this, then it will be a struggle every time. But if you understand that it is a science, the way you manifest, the way you experience a breakthrough will be completely different.
Akash Pandey. Yes, Nityanandam. Are you clicking with these cognitions? What did you understand? Can I request you also to come on camera? See, all the participants understand. All these clicks can happen to you as an experience itself. Ma Priyatma Surupani is saying, wow, experientially understood, Ma. What we cognize is very important. When we believe life is suffering and how it manifests suffering outside, it was a big click, Ma. Wonderful. See, just cognition can huge difference. It's like that you wear a purple glass and say that the whole world is purple, whole world is purple. How much ever I try to buy any color anywhere, it just keeps ending up looking purple. That's because you're wearing a purple glass. Cognition is also, see, first you're wearing a purple glass. It's this thick, almost opaque. And through that gap, you're seeing life. That's what is seeing life through all your delusions. Now, what Swamiji is doing, Swamiji is removing those layers. And finally, he'll just make you remove that specs. It's complete. That's what is the initiation process. Just hold on to the powerful cognitions. Cherish the powerful cognitions. Even physically, it can transform you. Really, physically, your very facial features can change. That's the power of powerful cognitions. I'm seeing Ma Virupaksha. She almost sits every time in the program. I keep seeing her. In almost every program, she sits and does this translation for last so many years. And I have been seeing just in maybe last 6 months or a little more, I can physically see how she looks. Actually, she's anti-aging. She's only becoming younger. Even in her skin, you can see just in the screen. Because of constantly repeating these powerful cognitions, physically there's a shift. Physically there's a transformation. There's a beautiful transformation that happens. See, this is the power of powerful cognitions. You'll suddenly see the skin will become shiny, eyes will become so sharp, radiant. It'll all happen when the cognitions inside you transform, when they start changing. When you're stuck with the middle path, you say, life is happy and sometimes sad, you're not taking yourself to any of these extremes. What happens is you never get a chance to look in. There's this beautiful story in Mandukya Upanishad. This beautiful tall tree filled with fruits. In the topmost branch of the tree, there's a beautiful big golden bird sitting blissfully. In the lower branches of this tree, there's a small bird, very active, chirping happily, jumping here and there in each of the branch, enjoying the fruits. It jumps from one branch to another branch to another branch. Whenever the fruit is delicious, it just enjoys those fruits. Sometimes some fruits are bitter. So whenever it bites this fruit, this bitter fruit, it looks up. It sees how blissfully, unperturbed, there's this golden bird sitting on the topmost branch. So this small bird gets the desire to go towards that big bird. Starts flying towards that, chirping, and flying towards that. Suddenly it notices a branch full of fruits. Then again it settles down there. It eats, enjoys. As long as the fruits are all sweet, it just enjoys, forgets about the big golden bird. Again, it bites a bitter fruit. It again looks up and no, I'm wasting time here. Let me fly towards that golden bird. Starts flying towards the golden bird. Again, it sees the branches that has sweet fruits. Understand? Whenever you go towards your guru, Maya will always appear to be very colorful, very sweet, trying to distract you, divert you away. So whenever it sees these fruits that are so delicious, just settles down in that branch. And this goes on and on and on. One day, it it eats a fruit that was so bitter. It decides, that's it, I am never going to look into these fruits once again, and looks up, completely focuses only on that golden bird, flies towards that golden bird. As it goes closer and closer, suddenly it starts feeling that peace, calm, blissful Paramashanta of Paramashiva manifesting in this. This bird also starts going more and more closer to the golden bird. Suddenly, at one point, it realizes that golden bird is not separate from this small bird. That golden bird is the reflection of this bird. The moment it comes to this realization, it gets enlightened and sits at the feet of the golden bird, enjoying the same blissful Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashivam. Understand? The moment you decide, I am neither going to go into this nor going to go into that, I am just going to hold to this one powerful cognition and be intense in that powerful cognition, will simply reach the ultimate. Now, it's time. Let us all enter into the next round of power manifestation.
Everyone, you're all going to be playing with the ability to alter your own body's temperature. So just take a few minutes, measure your current temperature of the body, and from there, scan and just play with the temperature. You're just going to be connecting. Decide you're not going to be stuck to the same results, expectations, and suffering. Instead, take the jump, take the shift to experiencing a breakthrough. Measure your temperature. You just will consciously create the will. You will see the whole manifestation happening.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nityanandam. How many of you manifested? I saw two videos. One is Ma Paramashiva Priya, and one more person's video I saw on the Facebook you had posted.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Ma Paramashiva Priya and Anand Sagra. Wonderful. Very nice to see all of you posting and manifesting the powers and playing with the powers. All right, now I think this session is going to be a sure short favorite of everyone, every single one that's here sitting and listening. We are going to be listening to Swamiji sharing his experience with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Swamiji's guru. How did Swamiji meet Arunagiri Yogeshwara? And the whole experience leading to that oneness, oh my God, just listening to it will make you have the same experience. Get ready. The next, actually now 7 o'clock, we are going to be having the darshan. It's already 5:30 now. So in about 1.5 hours or so, we are going to be having the darshan of Swamiji. So get ready. We are going to be entering into a feast. Just sit, a feast for your being. Sit. Don't get distracted. I mean, once you start listening, you won't be able to get distracted. Sit back and enjoy. Let's now listen to the session on Swamiji's experience, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara.
you all have reached enough level of completion to mirror exact the neuron activity happening in my brain. So understand, please listen, all of you have reached enough level of completion to mirror whatever is happening in my brain, the neuron activity. Now, when I am narrating this experience, I wanted to tell you with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing. I'll tell you the exact truth. As it happened, authentically. When I am going to narrate, that same experience I will be letting it happen in my brain. I will be letting that same experience, that same neuron activity happen in my brain. So just sit and listen from the space of feeling connection. You will see the same neuron activity just mirroring in your brain. Understand? All of you are clear? Please listen. It was around the age of 11 and a half, before my enlightenment experience. Maybe 11. One day, as usual, I was going around the temple. Actually, temple was the place I was brought up. Literally brought up. That is why some of our ashramites and swamis trying to buy the house in which I was brought up. They were trying to buy the house. I said, if you have to make a memorial for the place where I was brought up, where I was born can never be bought because it's a government hospital. If you have to make a memorial in the place where I was brought up, you should make the memorial in the temple, not in the house I was brought up, because I spent more time in the temple than the house I was supposed to be brought up, the house where my parents were staying. The moment I remember the temple, the joy experience, I can say that the temple was the place, everything for me in my life. So early morning, 4:30, the temple elephant will carry the water pot for the deity's bath, sacred bath. It will go crossing the street where we used to live. From my family temple, it will go to the main temple. My whole family and the community was very closely associated to temple and its administration. So from my family temple, that water pot will go every morning on the elephant. They will be beating the drums and all that. The moment I hear that sound, actually I would have woken up much earlier, But the moment I hear that sound, I'll be joining the team and going and opening the temple. And the night, when the deity is put to bed, only then I will come, and then after that I have 2-3 other appointments, going and seeing Ram Surat Kumar, spending little time with him in the cremation ground. He used to live in the cremation ground for quite a long time. Then he moved near the temple on small house. Wherever he is, I'll go and sit with him and spend time with him. And then late night I'll come back to the house. So one day, when I was going around the temple, behind the main shrine, there is a small 4-pillared hall structure. And below that structure, there is a small kind of a cave structure. That's also a small 2-pillared structure. It can be said as cave, looks like cave. Suddenly I saw one young sadhu walking out of that cave place. This is the small cave out of which that young sadhu walking out. See this 4-pillared structure and the small 2-pillared structure. From that small 2-pillared structure, one young sadhu walked out. I used to think it was a cave because of the darkness inside. Young sadhu walked out. If I have to describe his beauty and grace, young, well built, a long hair with the sacred ash on the face and kumkum and rudraksha, only one dhoti in the hip and only one towel on the shoulder, bare chest, whole body was literally shining. Shining means really shining. Glowing in the golden color. Maybe I can equate this photograph. I can't say exactly like this photograph because in this photograph they painted him more bluish. When I saw him, it was not bluish. It was more a golden color. And there was no snake around his neck or a moon around his neck. Just a very normal human form. But an extraordinary grace. The towel was only up to the lower knee level, not the whole dhoti, lower knee level, and one towel on the, you can't call that as a full dhoti, little smaller than dhoti, and one towel on the shoulder, rudraksha, rudraksha in the hands also, shining. Hair was left free, but it was so beautiful, you can feel it is almost like a Dakshinamurti's jata. It was standing on its own beautifully. Long hair. And the main thing I have to tell, wide smile. The moment I saw him, I went and touched his feet. Any sadhu I see, I'll go and touch the feet, and now such a graceful sadhu. I ran and touched his feet. He smiled at me and very loving way just put his hand on my head. First sight itself, I experienced the deep feeling connection. Such a strong, deep feeling connection. As usual, I have regular questions for any sadhus I see. You are from where? Who is your guru? And what do you do? Have you achieved enlightenment? In Tamil I used to ask, Atma Sakshatkar Ayiricha Ungalukku? Means have you achieved the enlightenment experience? And can you teach me? My usual questions. I started asking some my same usual questions. He smiled and he started answering. Other than the question, who is your guru? He answered everything. And then some ordinary topics. Those days the ordinary topics means what? When is the next Utsavam in the temple? Why are they not putting enough flowers on the deity nowadays? Which Utsavam, when they are celebrating, why they are celebrating, why they are not celebrating. These are our gossips. The whole city will have gossip only about temple. Whether you talk good things or bad things, it will all be about temple. Good things will be, oh, nowadays lot of crowd is coming for the temple. Bad thing will be, why they are not maintaining the temple properly. That's all will be the maximum rumor, gossip we know. And all these small talks I was having. He was also sitting and having all these small talks with me. And who is who in the town? Who is doing what? Tell her to wake up. Please sit straight. Don't miss initiation. Such an amazing moment. Don't miss. Please sit straight. So he was having all small talks with me. I was also having small talks. I still remember. I even spoke about one temple priest having an affair with a temple dancer girl. No. He spoke even about those things to me. I still remember. He was telling, do you see this big street Brahmin continuously going to that 4th street? Why is he all the time going there to her house? I said, yes. And he goes there and directly comes to temple also. Doesn't even go to house and takes bath. We were having all these small talks. I still remember in Tamil he was telling, Patya, அந்த பெரிய தெரு குருக்கள் ஒத்த வடத்திற்கு வாரம் போயிட்டு வரார் பத்தியா. So all these small talks were also we were having. I don't know how. The day one itself we became so intimate, so close. It's not that he spoke only about Vedanta, enlightenment, the techniques to achieve enlightenment and science of enlightenment, Advaita. He even spoke who is going with whom, who is doing what. Somehow I became very close, intimate. Within one day, if I have to give the essence of my first meeting with him, I won't call Advaita, I won't call enlightenment, I won't call spirituality, I won't call I met a guru and all that. I'll only say, essence of that first day meeting is friendliness. He radiated. God. The amount of friendliness I felt with him, that love I felt with him. Love is a too poor word, stupid word sometimes. Friendliness, that seems to be more right word. Friendliness to the extreme, to the extent, even when I am sitting next to him, I'll feel like I'll put one of my finger on him, on his body, on his leg, or on his hand. I'll just put one of my finger on him. Just want to be touching him. Or I'll just hold his little finger. I'm sitting and talking. One thing I wanted this to be on record. I don't want to say only I saw him, because when I was sitting and talking, the watchmen who walk in that area, or one or two people who come there to fetch water from the temple tank, they all did not look at me very weird. See, if I was sitting and talking alone, they would have looked at me very weird. They did not look at me very weird. The way they looked at me, I am sure he was seen even by them, not just by me. This sadhu whom I am talking about, he was not just seen by me, even they have seen him. I don't know how they saw him, but they were not looking at me weird. See, if you are sitting alone and talking, people who walk around, they will naturally look at you weird. You will know by how they see you, they are looking at you weirdly or just casually. I don't remember any of them talking to him or he talking to them back. But I remember very clearly few people were walking. Many times when I was sitting and talking with him, few people will walk here and there. They won't look at me like I am sitting alone and talking. They will just see as if two people are sitting and talking, and they will walk. They will go. And I have also not seen anybody coming near me or near him out of curiosity and trying to touch his feet and all that. Usually when the people see the sadhus, they will try to come and touch the feet. That I have not seen. But I remember people not looking at me weirdly. The exact spot where he was sitting and I was sitting with him and speaking, you can see. That's the exact spot where he used to sit. I used to sit and speak. He will sit on the step where I am sitting now, and I will sit one step below. Sometimes he will sit the upper step, one step above. I will sit where I am sitting now. But in these few steps only we will usually sit. And those days that grill gate was not there. The gate was, I think, different, maybe wood. I don't know. I don't remember now. But I don't think it was a grill gate. Anyhow, this is where we used to sit. So the day one, the essence from my memory I can collect. The essence of day one's meeting was extraordinary friendliness. It was not all about Advaita, all about spirituality, all about enlightenment. Even though my questions were all about enlightenment, he was not speaking only about enlightenment. He was making jokes, comments. funny observations about various things. I'm not able to remember that every statement by statement, sentence by sentence, but one thing I can recollect is that extraordinary friendliness he radiated and the space he gave me. I did not even feel like asking him when I started holding his toe or his little finger. I slowly put my hand on his toe and see how he responds. And I have never seen him resisting, so I'll just hold his toe. I used to think the more you are touching his body, more energy will pass. Like electricity connection. That's a belief I had, and he was so friendly. Not only he did not resist, he entertained. That's the exact word I should say. He entertained. So first day I went up to holding the toes. I did not want to irritate him also. And sitting holding his toes. I think I was sitting his right side. So I was holding his left toe. He was sitting folded legs. I was holding his left toe. Maybe that is why I got Devi's grace first. Left side is Devi's. Na. But the amount of hair he had, still I am wondering. It used to be up to the thighs, his thighs. That long, thick. Whenever I see long hair, I will remember him only. Anyhow, it became late night. Usually the temple watchmen, they will just go around to lock the temple, to see whether anybody is there inside the temple before locking. Those days, I was very close to the watchmen, so they will say, sometime, if I am sitting, hey, if you want to sleep here itself, sleep, but don't come in between the night and ask us to open the door to go out. If you want to leave, leave now. Or you sleep here with us itself. But don't ask us in the middle of the night, you want to go to the house, open the door. What do you want to do? They'll give me the option. Sometime I'll go out and sometime I'll sleep there itself. Usually I'll go out because early morning to take bath, again I have to go to the house only. The temple, inside temple, the bathroom and the restroom, we will not be able to use. So we will have to go to the house only to take bath and get ready. And I also had deities, I have to do puja, my personal deities. So I have to go to the house only. So it became late night. And I remember the watchman telling in Tamil, Samingla, Enchiponga, time achi, koil putno. So with this word, I can be sure that he was seen even by the watchman, because the watchman addressed in plural. He said, "O Swamis, go out we will have to lock the temple. Go to your home, we have to lock the temple. So he did not address as a Swami, he addressed as Swamis. Oh Swamingla, means it is he was also seeing him. That is why he addressed as both Swamis. Go out. We will have to lock the temple. Then I looked at him and told him, where are you staying? He said, I am staying in the temple only. But actually, some of the sadhus were staying in the temple at that time. They were all having their own small caves. I thought, he is also staying here in one cave. I said, okay, then I am going to the... He said, all right, go to the house and take bath and sleep and do your puja and come back tomorrow. I told him, if I come back tomorrow, can I see you? He said, yes, anytime come here and call my name, I will come out. I am here only. And he showed the cave. I was thinking that as a cave at that time. So I went to the house. I tell you, just visualize when you fall in love first time and you are waiting to meet the person again next day morning, how the clock will not move. That is exactly I was feeling. I was sitting, every 10 minutes I will see the clock. I had one small alarm clock for me to get up and go to the temple. That clock will make such a noise. Everyone will in the house will curse that clock and me early morning every day. So I'll wake up and see the clock. It's only 12 o'clock. I'll lie down, sleep. Again when I wake up and see the clock, it's only 12:10. Actually, I moved the needle. I wanted to make it as a 4 o'clock. Because 4 o'clock they'll open the temple door. Then I thought, if I move only my clock, how can I make them open the temple? I waited. Around 2:30, 3 o'clock, I could not handle anymore. I ran and took bath, did all my puja. 4 o'clock, I came and stood in the street for the elephant to come to the temple. An elephant came as usual. It came around 4-5, but that 5 minutes I cannot tolerate. I can't handle. What happened to the elephant fellows? Nowadays they are not following the tradition properly. I cursed his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, his whole Vamsa. These fellows don't do anything properly nowadays. Finally, that elephant and all the team came. Only that day I was feeling this elephant is walking very slow. Finally, we reached the temple and they opened the temple gate. I ran to this cave where I met him. Usually I will run to the main Garbha Mandir, main sanctuary, and have darshan, only then go anywhere. But today directly I ran. I called him Swami, Swami. Immediately he came out again. He sat. I was sitting and talking to him. I told him whole night